Hey, everything went live. Oh yeah, I need to do the Discord. Yeah, it's always something. I always forget to do something or other. Okay, Discord. 4. Let's grab this. Boom. Grab you. Boom. Grab you. Yellow. Here. And last but not least, I am by. There we go. Everyone is sent out with that. We are live. Everything looks good on my end. This doesn't look like it's showing that we're live. So I'm going to quickly check YouTube, make sure YouTube's not breaking. Nope. I see us live on YouTube. Hey guys, welcome. Let me just clean up some things and everything should be good to go. Okay, so it's been a while. I know I said I was going to take like a week break from my streamathon. Took like 2-week break and then, yeah, life happened. But I'm back. Mixed stream. So we got a lot of things we got to do. The first thing I want to do is upgrade the engine. Since I was gone, I've been, Godot has been busy working at the release 4.4. And there's a lot of nice little things. They updated the physics engine using Jort, which is a very tried and tested physics engine, so that's nice. They embedded the game window, so I don't have a pop-up window anymore. It's all in one if I want it. They updated a bunch of ways to interact with the game while it's running for development. VR, I don't care about. They fixed some jittering aspects in many ways, including like the physics interpolation. They added type dictionaries. I love type dictionaries, so that's going to be nice. It's going to be very nice, and one of the projects we're going to do today is going to be type dictionary. They made it faster. That's kind of a given always. They made curves go between 0 and 1 or greater. So that's going to be nice. They did something with temporary files. I didn't read into that too much. They added it where the scene tree can handle even more nodes, which is great because I'm going to most likely have a bunch. They did this somewhat controversial UUID thing. We'll see how bad that breaks things. They did something I love editors that do this, is a snap to the lowest gravity point. So they fixed that. They made it where you can favorite key items, which that will be something I will use quite often, because generally a lot of the properties of an item I do not care. They added this evaluator thing. I might not use that because I have a plugin that does that. They made a 3D camera, so now I can see the 3D camera as I edit it, which is going to be lovely. They improved some of the tooltips, which I love. Don't know about this. Persistent window state, that's cool. Scene up, startup, speeding that up. Some visual goodies for the shaders. Auto start for all profilers. Oh yeah, you can start the profiler at the start instead of missing the first few frames. Errorless first project import. We'll see how that is. Oh, and they made it where you can have buttons in the editor to do things like randomized color. I'm not really caring about the platforms yet. They updated some of the backend code. They added a couple of new nodes, such as look at 3D modifiers, so it's going to be easier to have characters look at things. Spring Bone Simulator 3D. This is going to be interesting to see how to get it with existing like models and stuff. Animation markers. This is going to be very nice because what it's going to allow me to do is kind of have a beginning animation, an end animation, and then I can have like a looping animation all in one track, which is going to make smoothing in and out of that track theoretically easier. They added waves. I've heard OGG is just better in general for games, so I'm most likely going to stick with OGG. Faster imports, which is going to be nice. Customizing animation imports. Don't know any of that. Some debugging stuff to debug physics objects. More shaders, 2D batching, which will be nice. So they did a bunch. They did a bunch of things, a bunch of people to say thank you to. So, yeah. I have this open, which isn't really going to be the big thing. Actually, I'm going to go to the homepage. I'm going to download this soon. And then we have this laundry list of breaking changes that hopefully won't break for us. So, with all of that, let's go in and see how to do this. I might have a possible chord progression for a theme song, by the way. Awesome! Yeah, let me turn off this forever loop. I was just listening to that, just seeing how good it sounds as a constant. So I'm going to turn it up. There we go. So the first thing I'm going to do is we're going to go to the main branch. And I'm going to make a branch off this branch. I'm glad somebody likes that song. I'm going to make a branch off of the main branch, and it's going to be the 4.4 branch. Should be a short one, should be one that we create, and then eventually kill rather quickly. But before we do that, we should always archive things before major changes. So we're going to make a copy of this, just so that if anything happens, we have an archived copy of the chaos. And I'm going to rename this. We're going to call it before 4.4. And we're going to zip it up so that it's a little bit compressed on my computer. How are you doing, Saint? How's Saint CEO doing? Okay, and then we don't need the physical copy anymore, so we can delete that. So we have the zip. Okay. And let's go in. So, in theory, this install should be as simple as download. I want to say I still need the not C++ version. Okay, give me a second just to dump it somewhere. Let's see if I can dump it where the other files are. 1 second. Open file location. Open file location. Okay, so I just put them inside here directly. Oh, I did download Mono back in the day. Let's do that again, actually. We'll just download .NET. So Where the hell did I put it? I literally grabbed. Okay, so we just shoved it in the program files. Do that again. So 4.4.1 stable mono Win64 zip. Cool. Let's open this up. Let's unzip this. How do I unzip? 7-zip, extract here. There we go. Then we don't need the zip file anymore. We go in here and I want. Ooh. Oh, that's why I downloaded both of them. Okay. Never mind. I do want the other one. Ben, productive musically finish the song you saw on my stream last night. Last night you had a bunch of viewers. You were rocking it. Also got a foot in the door for the next one. Nice. So yeah, we want to download this one. Just download all of them. I actually will say I love how small. Let's go to properties. Like this is 211 megabytes. Got rated by a friend. Ah, nice. Well, you kept them. That's always a big plus. Okay, let's extract here. I like how that one didn't put itself in a folder. We can put it in a folder. We can. Okay, I don't care about this. Thank you. We can photolyze this. Woo! Okay, let's new folder. Godot v4.4.1 hyphen stable underscore win64 dot. We don't need the dot. Grab these, move them into here, and grab this and pin it to my start. So now drag that and put it in my Godot folder. Let's open this up and see. I just try to keep it in order. So look at this. This is 4.4.1. So let's try. That's fine. This is fine. We can actually remove this because that was just me trying to grab things. So let's try to edit this and see how bad this is, okay? It's opening up on my other window. There you go. Okay, so now we're importing everything. I like that. So the one thing that they change is they have now this UUID file that is next to every file, which means when I move things, I need to either move it in the editor or remember to move that additional file with it. It's supposed to help with like linking and not having lost files as often, but we'll see. Yep, here it is. So scenes and UUIDs, upgrade, apply to the next save for each scene and resource. So we're going to restart and update. So we'll see how long that takes. Okay, looks pretty good. I don't recall where we necessarily were. That doesn't look great. Because I think this was a test project that was actually doing something at this point. Yeah, that resource didn't load in nice. Hey, SPU Dev, how are you doing? Here's 100 points for you. So yeah, that's not working. Well, I guess it is working. It's just the textures seem to have not loaded. That could be problematic, but that's not the end of the world. We haven't had too big of an issue there. Yeah, the texture just didn't load here. We have the characters though. I know this isn't the one. Whoa. that that doesn't look all that correct. That's fine though. It doesn't look correct, but it looks handleable. This is just code. There's nothing really wrong with that. This is a spot we didn't have texture on. And Western Ward looks like it's relatively textured. Yeah, textures are going to be a nightmare, it looks like. Hopefully, that's just going to be one good restart. Doing well. How have you been? I don't know you started streaming on Twitch. It's Tracy from high school. Oh, nice. Welcome. I've been streaming on Twitch for 2 years now, I think. So, other than that, I've been doing pretty good. So yeah, these textures didn't load in nicely. I'm gonna restart real quick just to see if the textures will come in, because it might need one of those like close the project, reopen the project type things. So we're gonna quit out. And we're gonna reopen and see how good it is. Maybe we'll all be good. So let's open up Grand Shuffle. Look at that 4.4. That's not run it. It's not gonna run. Running is not what we need. Okay. Buildings. Hey Vile, how are you doing? Yeah, okay, so textures seem to be a hit and miss. So I hate running myself, the Viro driver. So yeah, textures are gonna be hit and miss, which that's not the end of the world because we didn't get any like actual finer textures. Everything else looks like it's running well. The place is having errors, but that's fine because it's not complete. The ancient fishman thought time too lost, but I found it in the warm seas of the Eastern Ocean. SPU Dev, do you stream? Okay. Scripts don't look bad. This new game window I can't wait to really play. That's going to be fun. My shoutouts don't work like that, Vire, because shoutouts are complicated, but actually, no, they would. You're not a moderator, but I'll do the shoutouts for you. Mine don't show if you stream or not. Mine just shouts. Okay. Let me turn down the volume. I feel like I'm screaming just to talk over the music. I did before I lost internet. Oh no! Well, hopefully you get internet back soon. Okay, so this looks promising. Let's save everything. Go into here, and we never made a new branch. No one ever reminds me to make a new branch. Testing 4.4. Bring changes into testing 4.4. Okay. It must be around there somewhere. I streamed Skyrim. Nice! It was somewhere out there. Yeah, I didn't stream Skyrim. I played Skyrim for maybe 2 attempts and I just never could get into it. So this is going to be the problem with the new system is there's these UUID things for everything. And they're supposed to be basically like the file can move and change, but the UID is the way the like underlying system identifies stuff. So I don't know. We'll find out how that works. What happened to my place? Oh, it updated the UUID. So yeah, it's gonna start trying to do this type of stuff where it's like, hey, here's where the fire is, but if you can't find it here, we have like this database of UUIDs you can look it up in. I don't know what this ampersand is doing. That's fine. They updated my spot, doing a very similar thing.
ShadowMeat17 is curious what's next.
Hey, ShadowMeat. Game development. We're updating to 4.4 today, and then I have a laundry list of little things I want to get done. Been a while, so I'm kind of excited to get back into it. A secret minigame where people have to assemble bug reports out for various objects to send to Legna. I have to think about that one. That one would be interesting. Okay. Yep, that all makes sense. Yeah, that's good. That's updating that. UUID and updating that. So it looks like it shouldn't have broke anything other than textures. It looks like textures are a little confused. So I think we are golden. Let me move this over a little bit. It's just peeking. There we go. Looks like it went well. This is the commit to fall back to if things went wrong. Okay, let's commit this. And I should be able to, I'm just gonna merge it in. Choose a branch to merge into main. I'm gonna do crazy. I'm just gonna merge it in without going to GitLab. Primarily because I forgot to log into GitLab. So we're just gonna merge this in. Again, it shouldn't break anything. We don't need a squash. We're just gonna create a merge request. It's gonna get accepted. We're gonna push that up. So now it's to the cloud. Okay. So for people who've just come in like Shadow Map and SPU Dev, let me what branch am I on? Reload from disk? Question mark? That shouldn't break the world. Okay, so let me actually pull up to kind of explain what we're making. Let me pull up my streams of streams. That's not going to be the easiest way to find it. SirLegna. There I am. Look at me. We're going to go to playlists, and we're going to go to... There's a Mario Party inspired game, and we're going to go to the last little bit because this was where it was. What is this game going to be about? Oh, it's going to be interesting. So, let's see. It was woo. No, I want the one I was in. I'm gonna mute that. I don't care about hearing myself. Okay, that's that. I previewed the game. No, okay. So we'll go to the last stream. So come on. Okay, so here it is. So I'm making a Mario Party inspired game. The idea is many things. One of the big areas is customization. I want to make it where you can customize what spots are and where in the board. You can customize what items are available in the game, what mini games are available, and all that. It's going to be 6 players. Your phone is going to be the controller, and you can kind of do like a Jackbox games where you play it on like a TV or on a streamer thing and stuff like that. Um, Last 2 streams were 2 very long 10-hour streams. One, we got this pseudo. Can a tablet be? Yes, a tablet could be it. Any mobile application. Yeah, we're getting to that today. Theoretically, any program that can run the game will be able to be a controller. Mini games will be differing on that. There's going to be 6 players. You're going to have cards instead of dice. So instead of rolling dice, you'll pick a card. You'll have an associated item and move set, and you'll play that card down, and that's how much you'll move. Because your phone and or other device will be the controller, everyone moves at the same time. So that's what this little bit of script was testing is, okay, if we had 2 players, can I move them at the same time? Camera's still a work in progress, but that's the underlying idea. Pick a card, any card? Yes. And then last stream, we were working on, whoopsie, that's fine. We were working on this view. Why am I closing it out? Looks like because there's a bug. I think I was writing code at this point. Yeah, I'm debugging things here. Me of the past. This one? So, I have it where you can go back and forth through this. Hey, fool, how are you doing? You should collect my Legna lore. Well, here you go. Here's 100 Legna lore. So this is going to be like the view so you can see all the cards in the game. What your, so right here is what your stats are, what the card's effects are, and then a rating which decides how often that card shows up in the game. Hell yeah, that's what up. I'm excited to see it. Oh yeah. And we did a couple of things on that end. So today we updated to 4.4. That actually went a lot smoother than I thought. I thought we were going to have some random line. We might still have some random line that breaks everything. But, so, I mean, we technically have a bunch of things that are broken here. But that's not here nor now. I'll fix that eventually. So, what are we doing? What are we doing today? What is the thing that drove me mad and made me spend my weekend coding everything? Does that mean we will have? We'll also have bad cards in the mix. Yes, you will draw cards you don't want, and you will have to balance that. There will be cards that will allow you to remove. Actually, I didn't open Notion. I really need my manager like with me at all times to tell me what I need to open and when I need to open. Okay, so Notion, cards. So we're still prototyping card ideas and everything. Remind me later, I don't care. There's going to be three types, 3 types of cards. There's going to be tricks that's going to affect players, including yourself. There's going to be traps, which are going to be kind of like orbs or capsules in Mario Party. You'll be able to put them on the board. There'll be also cards that don't do anything, they're just traveling. There's no demo yet. I'm sorry for no demo. Hopefully at the end of this year. I'm a little bit behind, but hopefully the end of this year. But there's going to be about tons of cards effects, such as placing, drawing, having no coins lost. So if you spend coins or anything, you don't lose them. You can spend coins to buy moves, all sorts of stuff. So it's going to be quite there. Lies, I'm the internal participation ribbon recipient. So what I wanted to get done today in the next 90 minutes is I want to create an application scene. I've been watching a bunch of YouTube on like how to set up things, and somebody showed a bit of code, which I'll show a bit of code because we're friends. I trust you. You're not gonna steal this code. Okay, I'll see you soon. Okay, so the bit of code they had was basically you have this application scene that has a data, ward, GUI, and stuff. And instead of you loading and unloading scenes, you have this like scene state. So you can have stuff in memory, but not visible to the player and not executing. And I call that idle. You can have stuff in the background. You can have stuff being unloaded, being deleted, and stuff in the foreground. And it kind of manages it a lot better. So the sense of like a loading screen, I can just turn that off, make it not visible, but then I don't have to reload the loading screen over and over again. So that's going to be very nice. I'm excited about this, and this is pretty much all the code I need to write up, plus or minus. So that's what this is. So create an application, have a main node, have a data node, have a Ward 3D, Ward 2D, and a GUI node, and have these be the nodes that everything else in the game gets loaded into. This is the rough script. This is the better one on my left. But there's 3 ways to do things. You can create and delete, which modifies access both memory and data. You can show and hide, which retains the memory and the execution. Or you can add and remove, which retains memory but stops execution. And then I had modify vault script to be a constant reference to this. This is not true anymore. I think I have a better way of doing that as well, but I haven't gotten around to it. Hopefully we can create a simple loading screen, which I have a YouTube link on that. Then I want to get into, yes, I want to make the title screen, or start screen, title screen, I don't know what you want to call it. And my idea right now is whenever you open up the app, this is kind of not this because this is copyright infringement to the extreme, but this is kind of what I'm imagining is the title would be at the top, have a little start button to press to start the game. But then how do you start the game? You can either start it as a play as player, which will not start the board, will not actually be able to play the game, but it'll open up the controller menu that allows you to play a game if you were to join one. Or you can click this guy and turn it on and create a board, which allows you to host games but not play them. Or if you're on a platform like your PC and you're streaming it like I would be, you could hit both of them, and then what it will do is it will open up the board as one program and open up the player as another program. So if you have multiple screens, you can have your private player screen not visible to the stream or to the viewers, and still have the board screen being streamed out to everyone. Or if you're somebody who's like, hey, I want to share both, you're able to put it however you want in your OBS. So that would be a lovely thing to get to. Componentized slider menus should allow preview changes with on change. Oh yeah, I want to make some more components for some things. Work an entry point. Ask the player if they want to be a host or a client or both. Should simplify the options and save it to the instance. So yeah, that's what I want to do today. Again, most of it's already coded, in theory. We're gonna see how good that is. So we'll start with something quite small and kind of just go up from there. I think that's the best play. Let's close all of this out. Okay. So to do the first thing I wanted to do is I have this like tour script. And I've had this tour script for some time. And one of the tours is this report error, and it's not the greatest. I don't think I use it anywhere in this project yet. We should find that out before I do bad things. Fine. I use it in tool, and I use it in place. Um, I want to update this. I want to update it to be logger gg logger a logger file, and I kind of pseudocoded out the logger file here. The benefit to this is, in theory, I think I have some code down here that actually uses it. In theory, I'll be able to just say logger.log, log this at this level. Here's this message, and go. And what it would do is it would actually check to see what state I have the logger at, which right now is none. But if I had it in debug, it would log everything. If I had it in info, it wouldn't log debug. It would just log info, warning, and errors. And then I have custom error messaging for each of these. So I think this is going to be a really easy one to code up. So I'm just going to really kind of just go into it. I don't know where it falls because it might be a new asset because it's not a node, it's not a scene, it's not in temp. It could be in common. Yeah, we'll make it common. We'll make a new folder, common scripts. And then inside here, we'll create a new script, and we'll call this logger.gd. It doesn't need to inherit anything, and it should be good to go. Let's open this up. Let's close all the other tabs just to make it easy for me. And just kind of shrinking things down here and there. Can I? Yes, let's make this bigger. I don't know if you can see that, but I definitely can. So the first thing we need to do, I believe, is make this a class name logger, because I think that's the only way to get reference to it. Then we can go static var level. We should do this in proper order. So enum log level debug equals 0. Info equals 1. Warning equals 2. Error equals 3. I'm only doing this because I want to have it where specifically the order can be adjusted easily without having to like actually move lines. All logging if. Ew, I don't like that that's not cutting off properly, since it will always be the highest. And this is just none. The reason why I'm not putting a number next to it is because it needs to be the highest value. If you set the logger to value to none, nothing should log ever. Now we can do static var level. And we go, it takes a log level, and the default log level is going to be none. I want to get better at commenting things. So let's go go dot tour tip comments. There you go. Yeah. I want the enum. Yeah, I like it this way. Okay. So let's add a comment here. Um, this is the levers the logger supports in logging messages. So now, in theory, with that comment, I can hover over this. Nope. Do I have to save it? Maybe I have to save it. Yep, there we go. So now I can hover over this and get more details. Uh, and this can actually, yeah, we'll keep that for now. Eventually, we might put log messages for that, but that's nice. Okay. So let's go grab some more code and continue onwards. Okay, so the next thing I need is a static function called log. It's going to take a message level, which is going to be a log message, and it's going to take a message, which has to be a string, and a is breakpoint, which is going to be a bool, and it's going to be default to false. It will return nothing in its response, and there we go. Pass. There we go. And we should put a message here. Logs a message if the log level is, or if the message level is met, as well as stops the code if breakpoint is true. So there's that. So the first thing we need to do is if message level is less than level, then we can just return, because that means you are not logging at the level you need to log, so get us out of here. Then we can go var timestamp equals time dot get underscore date time string from system. There we go. That's just so that we can get the timestamp. For level name equals log level name dot keys bracket level. That gets us what input they typed in. I'm going to expand this. There we go. So, and these both should be strings. There we go. And then we just do a simple match, MSG level. And then here's where the stuff comes in. So we get, why is it not? I don't know why it's not showing that, but that's fine. Unexpected pass. There we go. Okay. So var stack, we are going to get an array. If I can type out everything, called get stack. This allows, when we debug, I would like to see where the code came from, and that's what it'll do. So we're right now, SPU dev, we're writing a logger. This is an expansion of my script. Give me a second. Let me. It was under assets, utils. Yeah. You know what? Actually, this should kind of go into utils, but maybe not. So back in the day, I wrote this like report error, and what it did is it would air out the program and then stop it right where the error occurred. But as I was writing up the other bit of code, I asked ChatGPT, like, hey, what is something else I would need here? And they were like, well, you might want to have a logger to be able to log your code base as it goes through. I don't know. I don't think we want extend node, but I don't know what we want there. So that's what I'm doing. And basically what it will allow me to do is I'll be able to do logger.log, give it what message level. So is it debug? Is it an error? Is it a warning? Give it the message. And then if I set is breakpoint to true, it will actually stop the code when that message outputs. So it helps me debug things faster. Also, it gives me some flexibility to go like, hey, I don't need to see this. I only need to see that. We'll see how good it goes. It might be something I change eventually, but I think it will be beneficial. So right now we're getting the stack, which is the order of things, the order of how things execute. So if function A calls function B, calls function C, and function C logs a debug, I want to know where function C came from. And you can do that with get stack, and it will get us. Oh yeah, I forgot they made tooltips for everything now. So yeah, so in this example, they have a bar that they have a ready function that calls foo, a foo function that calls bar, a bar function that calls print get stat, and then it gives you, hey, this was called in bar, but that was called by foo, and that was called by ready. And I'm going to get this data and print it out so it's easy for me to read it if ever needed. So we got the stack. We're going to go stack.slice 1, stack.size. There we go. Map. And this is going to be a little bit more complicated. So I'll explain it as I go. So what this ultimately is doing is rigging the stack inside the logger. So I don't want to get the first element. That's what this one represents. I don't want to get the first element because that's going to tell me we're in the log function in the logger thing, which doesn't help me. I don't care about that. So it's going to propagate it up to the first thing that called logger. So that should help a little bit. So we're going to do a map, and we're going to return the string source -line space in function, and then they put quotes around it. I can put quotes around it. That will be fine. Format trace. So all this does is when we do get stack, you see this like dictionary object. All it does is get these terms. So in my case, it will say res -- script gdd -12 function in function bar, and then it will just keep that all out. So that's all good. Then we're going to do a print rich. Print rich gives us access to the BBB. Gives us access to BBC or BB's code to do coloring and other things. This is where I'm not 100% sure if my prototype is correct, but we want the level. So we'll say debug time hyphen the message, and then paragraph mode listed item stack. Then we close the unlisted underordered list, and we close the paragraph. And in theory, we can do format, break this open, and then we can do just message is message. That's an easy one. Stack is shockingly stack. Another easy one. Hey, the auto thing time is the timestamp. And last but not least, level is going to be level name. So that allows that to get printed out nicely, and we should be good to go there. Then we can go log level.info. And I'm just going to copy paste the remaining portions of this because less questions here. So info is just going to print the message as is with a level and timestamp. Warning's going to do the same, but it's going to print it as a warning. So I imagine I can't make a warning right now. Yes, I can. If I did print, push warning. This is a test. So it's going to print it out as this. So it's going to go warning. It's going to give me this nonsense, and then this is a test. Which is good because that means it doesn't need to print out the code source, which that's fine. And error is going to do the exact same, except it's going to print it out of that. So we'll see how that looks. In theory, that's everything I need. Oh, no. I need one last thing. I need to assert not is breakpoint. Is breakpoint. Thank you. And that will assert the last little bit. So in theory, I should be able to do logger.level. And yeah, I get the level now. So if we made logger.level, okay, come on, debug, we can actually test this out. So we could go logger.log. I need logger.log level debug. I don't like that. It'd be nice if there's a shorthand for that, but that's fine for now. This is a debug message, and we'll make this false for now. What happened? Let's save this again. Error. GD script GD-3 parse cannot get return value of caller log because it returns void. Okay. Return void. I don't know what you're wanting. I guess it doesn't like that it returns void. We could do int. I mean, it doesn't really matter. Return 1. Okay, so it just isn't actually doing anything. Okay. That's fine. Let's fix this to not be int. Instead, let's do void. And then we'll get to the application level, which is going to be a scene. Is application a scene? I don't think application's a scene. Where do I put application? It's not an asset. It's not common. It's not, I guess it's a node. It's a special node. Where's it a scene? I guess we're gonna make it a scene. I don't want to necessarily make it a scene, but that's fine. It's gonna be a special scene. It's gonna be called app. We're gonna call it app like that. Great, cool. And then inside app is going to be the app script. I guess that's really more of an no. It's a scene because it's a scene that loads our other scenes. It's the parent of our scenes. Um, so we'll create a thing. We're gonna call it app.gg. That looks all fine. Cool. So let's just try to see if logger works here. So let's do function ready and do logger. I'll just copy this. We'll just do all the logs. So in theory, that will get us the debug log. Then we'll do a dot info. Mix use. Okay, sorry. Thank you. We'll do info. This will be an info. And then we'll do the remaining ones. This will be warning. And this will be error. And just for simplicity reason, we'll make this one through on that. So that will stop the code at there. So if we run it, hey, we got the stop. I don't like where it's breaking per se, but the debug came out nice. That's fine. The info came out. The warning didn't, but because it got pushed here. I wonder if there's like a print warning. I don't like that the assert is stopping there, but that's fine. We push a warning, but can we print? No. So I guess pushing warnings and errors just get propagated to this section, which isn't the end of the world. It'd be nice if I could get this. Is there other pushes? Can I push like info? No, it looks like there's only push warning, push error. We can verify that by clicking here. Push warning, push error, print with tabs, print with S's. Yeah. Print error to standard error line, verbose. Oh, that's cool. Like they might already have what I'm coding up, but that's fine. So that's fine. So warnings and errors will get actually propagated here, which is fine. It gave the log is at debug. It gave the timestamp and the warning message as expected. It gave me the level, which isn't correct. I don't care what level it's at. I care what message level it is. Do I? No, I do care what message level it is. I don't care what level it's outputting as. I care about what level it's coming in as. This one's fine-ish because we get level name. But the other ones... Oh, wait. We don't want level name. We want message level name, I think. I think that's what we want. Let's run that again. So that gives us our breakpoint and shows us where we came in at. Minigame idea. People must blend the correct ratio of fruits and other ingredients to match a smoothie that is displayed in color and texture. Closest wins. Yeah, that sounds fine. Let's dump that in. Minigame idea. Grand shuffle. Minigame ideas. There we go. Nice. So we log that. I'll write into the actual minigame thing later. So this gives us the ability to actually go in and see how the code's executing. This breaks out the debug info. This is a debug message, and it gives us where the code is. The bracket quotes I don't particularly like. I also don't like that it's in brackets. So we might need a debug or debugger. This info message is fine. And then being able to create these is not the end of the world either. So let me just make sure on the error. Pushes an error to the OS terminal. This function does not pause project execution. It prints the error message and pauses project execution in debug builds using the assort pause test error instead. Okay, yep. That's what I wanted to make sure. I wanted to make sure it doesn't actually stop anything. So this allows me just to put the errors in, but not stop the execution. So good. Okay, so we just need to figure out why this guy is weird. So let's do that, run this. It will stop here. And then let's see what we got. We got the stack, which is an array. The array has this message, but it's not printing it out nicely. I want to see if we go into the app and create a new function called func test, and we just give it a void as well, and then we give it this right here, and then we just call this. Does this print it out nicer? Oopsie, I need to actually execute the entire thing. There we go. No, so that's not printing it out nice. Dang it. Okay. So that's where the rubber meets the road. I thought print rich. I thought the BB code could handle that. Search help, BB code. Open online docs. Nope, that's not what I want. Okay, quick diversion. We're gonna pop open the docs because I thought I looked up BB code. Like maybe it can't do it that way. Which not the end of the way. End of the word. Yeah, see, oh no, that's URL. URL. Creates adds an unordered list of items must be provided by putting one item per line of text. Reminds me of Papa's games. I don't know what Papa games are. So, like, I thought I could just give it an array and it would just order it. But apparently that's not true. Let's just quickly look up BB code unordered list example. Listing items in BB code. Let's try Godot. I haven't heard of Papa Games either. Uh-oh. New lore. It's been dropped. Okay. That's fine. We can get back to that later. Let's put a little note here. Wrong language. To do. Actually, that's theoretically is changed too. Turn this advanced settings on. It's not in the project settings, it's in the editor settings. To do. Island. I think it's down here. Yeah. Bug, info, fix me, task to do. We'll do to do. Yeah, we'll do to do. UL doesn't list out items. Should make a proper multi-line string. There we go. They're cooking games. They have a lot of Papa. Oh yeah, Papa Pizzeria. Okay, yeah, I understand that. Yeah, I have to look that in. There's a lot more, but these are the ones I remember off the top of my head. Yes, Papa Pizzeria is the thing that clicked me into. They even got a Papa game for chicken and steak. Nice. Sad fact that any game will probably have done before in some form or fashion. Oh yeah. But I think the combined idea is still of value. Okay, so we did a little bit of testing. It works. This log doesn't look pretty, but I can work on that as time comes on. Logger level being debugged, that's fine too. It's true, but we'll make them even better and funnier. Oh yeah. Okay, so the app needs a couple of things. We need to have a node. And this node needs to be a data node. Because this is where all the data will live. Then we need a 3D node. Not inside data, inside app. This will be Word 3D. And then we need a 2D node. And this will be Word 2D. And last but not least, we need a UI node, which we'll call GUI. So there's that. Minigame idea. You must put the clockwork chicken nuggets back into the clockwork chicken to make it function. Would have to turn and rotate pieces. Would have to be. That is going to be complicated code. So I'll hold off on that one, but we'll see. Okay. So this first section, important. Order must match children order. And then we have defines what scope the scene will be found in the application, in the app. And we have an enum in scope This one's quite easy. I don't really care about the numbers, but I do care about the order. And then GUI. And then I'm going to do the way I know the safest way to do it. So it's going to be export var data equals a node. And then export var. I'm better than this. I've learned tricks since I've been gone. Nope. I thought I learned tricks. Maybe it's art. Yeah, there we go. Now I can do export var. This is a name, which will be overwritten. Most of these are going to be nodes. And then this is going to be a 3D node. This is going to be a 2D node. And this is going to be a control. This is going to be called GUI. And then these are going to have very similar names. I just do, no. Getting there. Getting closer and closer to being a 4 IDs. So these will be Word, 3D, and on this one it will be 2D. Let's save this. And then in the app, in the inspector, we just drag some elements over. So data, Word 3D. Why are you not taking, oh, I have these flipped. There we go. Word 3D, or 2D, GUI, and then let's put an export category, scope nodes. This needs to be a string. There you go. I can't minimize that, but that's fine. So there's those. That's good. And then we need a var current scenes equals a empty array, and these need to have the right count. Important count matters since it references the scene scope. This can actually be a double dictionary that contains, or actually it's a list of dictionaries. 1 second. Ah, there we go. List of dictionaries that contains a scene. Thank you, SPU Dev. How are you? And it's current memory / execution state. So that's going to be where that saves. And then we need to define states, which an app scene can be at. We're going to enum scene state. And in here, we are just going to copy and paste this because I'm not going to. I put some special characters in here that I don't want to have to copy paste, these check marks and stuff. Okay. So the first function we need to code up is the init scenes, which takes a child node as a node and a scope, which is a scene. I'm going to expand this. There you go. Doing good. Trying to contemplate if I want to draw or keep reading my book that I've been reading for the past 3 hours. I mean, 3 hours means it has to be a half decent book, so I'd kind of favor that. But it really depends on if you need to draw. If you need to draw, then you need to draw. Okay. So the first thing we need to do is actually this needs to become a warning. There's a way to do that. I don't know if I have any code. I do have code that does that. Because I have the place. Place is a node. Place. Place. Let's expand this. Because there's a thingy thing. It's this guy. This is the thing I want. I literally want all this code, and I'll fix it up later. But in the app, in this, we're gonna do some things here. This is gonna be new. Okay. So we need to check to see if any given child is at the right scope. Haven't drawn in a couple good weeks. I guess I can do a doodle or two and then get back to my book. Okay, that sounds good. If you're okay with sharing, you can hop into the Discord and share, and I'll check it out. Okay, so I want to check if a given child node is found at the right scope, which I can't easily do. So I guess the next best thing would be making this as small as possible, making this as small as possible, and kind of just hand waving this combination of logic. Kinda. I could actually we could do it by a dictionary. So vol children scope check dictionary. Dictionary. And it's going to need to have a scope and a expected node. So scope and node. And that's going to equal a dictionary. Hell yeah. Awesome. I'll do it for you, but exclamation point, social, and I think Discord. There we go. There's the link. Okay. So in this case, I need to grab my scopes and the associated value. So it should be something like scene scope dot. Why is it not like auto completing? It'd be nice if it auto completed. Scene scope dot no. It is there, right? Yeah, scene scope data, comma, data. Oh, it shouldn't be comma, it should be colon. Stop that. Scene scope dot 3 E colon Ward 3D. I hate that the comma is auto correcting. Scene scope 2D colon ward 2D. And yeah, child scope. Yeah, that's fine. Yay! Woo! Scene scope dot GUI, I think. Colon GUI. There you go. And the reason why I'm doing this is, in theory, we should be able to now do a for loop for no, it doesn't do the autocomplete for gross. Okay, for let's see if I break it up, it should be something like scope and node in child scope check. We're gonna have to look up for loops. It's always something. For I, for in range. That's range. Uh, let's just jump into ChatGPT real quick. GD script for a for loop through a dictionary with key with a variable for the key and the value or type state. Do. I don't like that. I don't like that. I don't like that. Okay. Cool. Nothing I like. Okay. So it's going to be something like chard dot. Oh, that's annoying. Okay. Let's see what we got. Assign, duplicate, erase, find, get add, get hash all empty is typed keys merge. Okay, so we need to just do for scope in child keys or pass for now. Okay, and then we need to do var node, which is going to be a node, is going to be child scope and scope. So that should theoretically get us that. And then the check should be as simple as is a node not equal to get child of scope. If that is true, then errors.append um uh it'll be like something like node name isn't in the correct location, and then I can just give it dot format node name node name node dot name. So that should allow us to check all that. And then if we checked all that, we return the errors, and that should be fine. Comment out this line. Everything looks good. It doesn't like line 39. I don't know why it doesn't like line 39. It doesn't like line 32 either. But everything else looks good. So let's save that. And then in theory, if I was to flip this around and clear all this and then load, or maybe I need to save it and then go back to it, maybe close it out and then go to scenes and open it. Yep, there you go. Interesting. Well, we can actually try the logger now. So we could actually go logger.log, logger.loglevel.debug. The message is going to be something along the lines of execute at checked if node was at location so or was root of so, and then this redot format. We're going to put node, and this is going to be node.name, and then it needs a scope, and the scope dot, how did we do it before? There's a way I got the name before. Was it in the logger that we did that? Yeah, dot keys, square brackets, the scope name. So this is actually scene scope dot keys and then scope. So now if we were to run it, we see nothing. Why do we see nothing? Is the logger's at debug? Because it's not executing. That's why. Save. Interesting. It's weird that it's not executing. Let's just verify it's not executing. If I do print test, yeah, it's not executing it. I'm fairly certain this was part of the node. Yeah. Element array returns a method if the scene that overrides a tour script. That's the issue. I need a tour script. Places a tour script? Yep. Okay. Places a tour script. That's why. Yeah. At tour. So now if I do it, let's save all. There we go. Look at that. Look at that. It tells me that the GUI and the ward is not in the right place. That is perfect. That's exactly what I want. My error message even comes out nice, but not perfect, and I don't want the logs to actually be filling up with that. And we did the print test, that's fine. But that's good. That means that I don't need to actually check that on in the code anymore. I can just trust that if this breaks, then this breaks here, and it tells me, hey, the 3D ward is not in the correct location, and 2D ward is not in the correct location. And I can put it back. I also believe if I take this off and save all of this, it should tell me as well. If I reload the save scene. It gives me an error. That's not great. It should error. It should give me more than an error. So this is undefined. So if not node, then we need to do an error appends and this will be something like scope. Actually scope nodes property isn't set for scope. And then this becomes dot format. And this becomes super simple of like something like scope is scene scope dot keys bracket scope. So if we get the child and it's nothing, then we error out. Now that should be correct. So now if we save that, save all this. Oh yeah, big height. And reload. No. Invalid access to property or key name line 41. Invalid access to key name. Is the key not defined here? We're gonna we just do a print for now. Scope, comma, node. Because I'm curious what it's yelling at me about. That's not how I test that. We need to reload the save scene. Data 0 data node 1 null. So 1 is null. So if hey bot, bye bot. Thank you for contributing. You helped so much. What am I looking for? I need to know if this is null. No dot is no, this is working. Scope is not null. Invalid access to key name on the base attribute null. That doesn't make sense. That's wrong language. Print this object. Let's save this and then reload. Scope 3D. But it breaks before then on line 44 now. But it shouldn't, because it should have been null. Should have never gotten to line 44. If node equals null, save. Oh yeah, bots are fun. Let's clear this. Reload. Line 44, invalid. Name. Because it's trying to get the name off the node. Oh, I'm an idiot. Elif. There we go. So now it's going to work. That's why it wasn't working. Because it was doing multiple checks. It didn't need to do multiple checks. Look at that. Scope node property isn't set for 3D. So I just go, oh, yep, there we go. And then I save and reload. There we go. And now it's gone. Woo! Power look, by the way. I've been eavesdropping. There's elves all over the floor. Oh, no. So cool. So now I don't have to worry about this being correctly formatted. It's going to be correctly formatted. So back to actual code for a second, which means I don't need to check if the children's are in the right order because they have to be in the right order. So now I can just do something like, what's current scenes? Oh, yeah, current scenes. So current scene equals current scenes, bracket scope. And this should be a var. Current scenes will be a dictionary. Because that's coming from this guy right here. So current scenes is going to be a dictionary. We get that. And then we go for child in child node dot get children. Not internal. That's fine. We go if the current scene has a child with that name. Or actually, we're creating this. Then we need to give it a node. And that node needs to have a child. If that child, child dot visible is it's a node. Node should have visibility. Why is it not? Why are you not doing that? Let me save it and see if it's gonna work nice. Child dot is okay. Word 2D is visible in tree dot visible for Tired. Unless nodes don't have it. Data. Yeah, okay, so nodes don't have visibility. That's potentially problematic because I don't know how data is going to work then. Might not have data. Data might have to be like a special case because I thought everything had a visibility level, but I guess nodes don't. We'll see how that works. For right now, if the chart is visible, then we go current scene dot uh, child name. There we go. Its state will have to be scene state dot foreground. And if we hover over that, it doesn't show the comment. Is it because it just doesn't like the special characters? Yes. I don't know why it doesn't show the comment. Is it afterwards? Does it have to be after it? Yeah, I don't know. I have to play around with that and figure out why it's not showing the tooltip, but that's fine. So if it's visible, they're that. Else, then they must be invisible. Which I guess that's fine, because background means it's not visible. Right. Yeah, background means it's in memory and not visible, which data is fine. Data is fine as that, because data is not visible, but it's going to be processing and all that. So that's fine. So child.name bracket state equals scene state dot background. So that loads in those. And then this is where the logger, it was like, you should have a logger here. Log, logger dot log level. This will be for debug only. And the message is going to be initialized scene name with state. And then we're going to do dot format curly brackets. In here, we're going to do name is going to be child.name, and state is going to be scene state.keys brackets. And then this is going to be current scene brackets child name brackets state. And that will tell me that it loaded up the proper child. So, for example, let's add a new control node here. Call this my node. Okay. So now we don't do anything with it yet. But eventually we will do something with it. I think it's literally in the next line. So we go function ready, and then we can go init scenes, data, scene scope, data. Hey, that one actually auto completed. That's nice. Word 3D, scene scope, 3D. And then the niche scene, ward 2D, scene scope, 2D. And then the niche scene, GUI, scene scope, GUI. So now if we were to run it, it doesn't do anything. But that's fine, because it goes, hey, I initiated the scene my node with the state foreground. Force power lurking too? Oh my gosh. So the benefit to that is now I can go, okay, this actually loaded up correctly. And you know what? I don't know if we really need it to be a debug. It might be an info. Because I don't really need to know where it is. It's going to always be there, and it's going to not really have that much depth. We do want single quotes around here. So info, initialize scene my node with the state foreground. And that's what this ultimately does, is it just sets up the details of the app's preset. Because I'm thinking I'm going to have the loading screen already be loaded in. There's no point in loading in the loading screen. So, and then that's for something else or for future. Yeah, I guess we'll start coding that up. Now we'll code up the next bit and kind of piecewise this. So the next function we need to have is what's going to call the update scene. And we never gave this a class name. This needs to have a class name. Which this does need to be it, because it needs to be the very specific one I'm calling out. So yeah, that makes sense. So it needs to give me a scope. This is going to be where the magic happens, where it actually does manipulation of the details. So we're going to start with scene script, but I might change this as time goes on. State and scene state. And this is going to just return a void. So the first thing we need to do is make this bigger, because it's just going to be coding for a bit. So we're going to have a var current scene or scenes in scope. Yeah, that makes sense. And that's going to take our current scenes and compare it to a scope and get it out of there. If not, current scenes in scope has scene name dot name, get global name. Sure, we'll try that. If it doesn't have the name, if the state they want to set it to is scene state dot unloaded, then return with the cheeky comment of why load to unload. And this guy is to need to create scene. So if we're not loading to just unload, then we need to go, hey, do I need a loading scene? Which default is false. I do not need one. But if scene script that has method You know what? We could actually do. We'll do has method because it might be dynamic. Who knows? Requires loading. I don't know why it wants me to give a true there. I don't think that's a true thing. Needing loading scene actually going to be scene script dot required loading, which I know is going to be there because I just checked that. So let me just check this. Has method. Yeah, there's no true. So that's fine. So if it requires loading, that's fine. We'll figure that out soon. But we need to get our favorite resource loader and do a load thread dot request. The scene path hopefully can be scene script. And I don't need anything else. So hopefully that works. And required loading will return a bool. Just so that I can remind myself. Okay, so now that we have that, if we need a loading scene, then we need to get access to the loading scene, which is sadly that is going to have to be defined in the vault to gain access to it. So we can go vault dot loading scene dot card deferred, which is going to be a node. He just doesn't know that. We can go into the vault, can't we? Yeah. So we could just actually just throw it right in here. Loading scene is going to be a control node. Actually, it's going to be like a canvas layer. So now it should have a card deferred. Yeah. We want just card deferred. The card is going to be card add to loading. And it's going to need some parameters. It's going to need the scope. It's going to need the scene script. And it's going to need the state. I don't know why I have an extra space there. Else, vault loading scene is going to call another deferred. But this time, instead of that, it's going to be called add to hidden loading, which is going to have a scope, scene script, and a state. So basically, if it needs a loading screen, it tells the loading screen, hey, add me to the loading screen. If it doesn't need one, it's still going to need to load, but it's going to not show the loading screen. So, and in that case, we can return here because we're done creating the scene and something else will do the rest. Now, if we don't need to create the scene, why are you yelling at me? Why are you yelling at me? Assignment is not allowed inside an expression. Oh. There we go. Why are you yelling at me? Must be string, not script. So that is going to be problematic in the sense that I need a script to call it. So how do I gain access to a script via string? let's ask ChatGPT. In Godot, how do I get access to a script object so that I should zoom in. There we go. So that I can call a static function on it if I only have the name or path to script. So I have the scene path as a string, and then I go load scene path as the script, and then I call it. If you only have the name, means screen scene thing, then that. So now the class name, then I do class db.get class with class name only works for built-in. User scripts, you'll still need to use the load. Will loading a single script ever be expensive enough to require a resource loader to load it? Synchronous preload. Loading a script during game initialization before starting a level outside the gameplay. By default, option has asynchronous, better for loading large resources or many files during gameplay. And overkill for loading one GD script unless you're doing it repeatedly or mid-frame where performance matters. Can you make a resource loader promise like it was JavaScript? That'd be nice. Yes, you can create a resource like promise to simulate it. Okay. So yeah, but this then needs to be an asynchronous call. Yeah. I need to do an await here to load it. That's not the end of the world. And in reality, a promised loader would be nice in a sense. But then everything after it has to become an await. I don't like that. We'll just do the load. In theory, it shouldn't be too much. It should just be loading the script, not. Yeah, it should just be loading the script, not the scene itself. Right? Or actually, maybe that's what it is. Maybe I do load the scene itself. What if instead of a script, I had a node which I wanted to call a static function on before loading entirely into the game? Class static. Yep, this is what I'm looking for. but dynamically without having you only have the path, step by step calling it without instancing. So I take the scene path, the method I want to call, and the arguments. Okay. I load the scene path as a packed scene. If it's not, then I throw an error. Grab the script attached to the root of the scene. Scene terminates. Scene. See, so the thing I'm trying to do is I would like it if the scene you send into me could know if it needs a loading scene or not. But I don't think I can do that. I'll ask ChatGPT one last question. We'll put reasoning on. I would like a node scene to be able to tell me if it needs time for a loading scene to appear as it loads prior to that node being dynamically loaded in. Let's see. I don't think there's a way. Okay. Update your scene script to have a static required loading time equals bool. Or use a static method. Okay. Use the class name. Okay. So we get back to class name. Class name is my scene. So get the scene script from the resource path. Scene script requires loading. Scene path. Load scene path as packed. Instantiate a temporary access to the script. So pack scene dot instantiate. No, this isn't going to do it. If the script is a GD script, call it, and then you literally are instantiating it just to free it, just to instantiate it again. That's stupid. Yeah, that's stupid. We just have to pass in the scene path. So scene path string or node path. I thought there was a string. Maybe it's string name. So the first one's easy. This one's an easy one because I can just go, hey, if it's defined, you need to create it. The tough part comes figuring out if I need to load it. So another way we could do this is we could have the app know all the scenes that need to be loaded by scene path and then go, if this scene path is in the required loading array, then I know I need to pop a loading screen, which would work. It'd be semi-dynamic. It'd be semi dynamic because I could instantiate things onto it with relative ease. Yeah, we'll do that. We'll do that for now. Not the greatest solution, but so got these export nodes. That's fine, but we also need above all of this an export vol need loading scene pads. And this is going to be an array of strings or of string. So now I just need to go if all this gets removed and this becomes if scene path is in square brackets. Of course not. You're gonna be evil. Be nice if this could update faster. Okay. So now this gets a scene path. This gets a scene path. This gets a scene path. And that's that. So there's an array of all the pads that need loading scene pads, and that array determines that. Not the greatest. Kind of upsets me. But for right now, that's the best I can think of. Okay. So we're now here again. We're a little over, but no one's yelling at me. How's the coding going? It's going well. We had to change some of it. I was kind of hoping that the scene you're about to load could tell me before it loads if it needs a loading scene or a loading screen, and it doesn't do that. So I now have in the app this array of all the pads that need that, and I just need to tack that on. It's not the greatest, but it's a single point. So now if the current scenes in scope, which is going to be scene path, and its state is equal to the state you gave me, then I can return because there was no change. And last but not least, the more complicated side of it is when something changes. So we go match state, and then we go scene state dot idle. It's not giving me that. And then when oh, I need to do a bunch more before that. We'll keep it there for now. I need to also do vol scope node equals get fired at the scope. Yep. That makes sense. And then vol scene node equals current scene and scope. Scene path. The node. Give me the node at that path. So then when the scene node get underscore parent, these are going to be nodes. So this should be get parent. Parent. There you go. So if what are you having for dinner? My side pasta. So it's gonna be mostly veggies, a little bit of pasta, and a little bit of meatballs. And it will make me sad, but it's healthy. So in this sense, we go scope node dot remove child and scene node. So if it's idle, if we want to make it idle, then we remove it from the tree. It's still in memory, but it won't execute anything. Scene state dot background. This one's going to be scene node dot visible equals false, but it can only be that if it's not data, and if I'm trying to make data background, it should throw an error anyways. So that makes sense. I could better that, but for right now that's fine. Let's just make sure I'm doing the right call. Let's say if it's 2D, if I go scene node dot set visible. Nope. Okay. So it's just that. So then we have scene state dot unload. This is the one that everyone typically does, is the queue free. Having burger and fries, I think. Ooh, nice. I think I might get a burger for lunch tomorrow. Scene state dot foreground. If not scene node dot get parent. If it doesn't have a parent, or if it has a parent, no, if it doesn't have a parent, then we go scope node dot add a child, and we say, hey, scene node, here's your new parent, and also we do scene node visible equals true, which again, data should not do background or foreground, which we could actually check that because we can go when what would it be? Oh no, it'd be scope or not equals scene scope dot data, because there is no reason why you'd ever turn it on and off like that. You might add it to. So this one's a little bit more complicated. This one needs to be in here going if because data can't turn visible. It doesn't make sense. It's an invisible node and you're asking it to become visible. It's like, I have no clue. So there's that, there's that, there's that. We're at the match. And then the last thing we need to do is current scenes in scope. Scene path. Date equals whatever the state is. And we can return. So that bit of code does loading of any scenes I want in it. And then the last little bit of code I'm going to write, it doesn't make a lot of sense yet because we don't have the loading screen, but I'm just going to write it so that it's all complete. And then we might push in, write the loading scene code, but not actually code up the loading scene. So I guess actually it doesn't matter just yet. So I guess we'll just do the loading scene. So save all of this. So inside the GUI, we need a canvas layer, which renders objects with, yeah, I think this is what we need. So this will be the loading scene. So, and then inside here, we need to create a script. It doesn't need to be its own node. It should just be able to be that. Loading scene.gd. So inside here, we need a var loadings equals an empty array. And I'm just going to that's fine. That's fine for now. This is going to contain a list of dictionaries with a scene scope and a script or scene path and a scene state. That's what those are going to hold. We're going to do that again, but instead of that, we're going to have our hidden loadings, and we're going to have one other one, which is going to be called for initializings, and that's going to be an empty array, but that array is going to be callables. And then we are going to need a var process or progress. We are not going to have the static required. So then in the func ready var, this needs to do one thing. It needs to go to the vault, and it needs to say loading screen equals myself. There's only ever going to be one loading scene, and the vault will know which one that is. And then we're going to have a function called update loading, which is going to take a loadings, which is going to be an array. It's going to take a update progress, which is going to be a bool, which typically is going to be true. And it's going to return an array. It's going to specifically return the loadings dot filter, filter function that takes a loading and returns a bool. And inside there's going to be this thing called a var progress, which is going to be an array, and it's going to always be empty. There's going to be a var status, which is going to be a string, and that will always be empty for now. Ooh, that's too many. There we go. And then if type of loading is a type array, then I know it is loading and not an initializing. So there's that. And then status is going to equal resource loader dot load thread get status. It's going to need the loading 1, comma, and progress. Else, it's going to be a callable, which means status equals loading and progress. Loading brackets. No, loading. No, loadings. No, loading. Yep, that makes sense. Which means this can't be defined. This is going to have to be a variable thing because it could either be an array or it could be a callable function. And I don't know which one it is until it's too late. Not great coding there, but that's fine. If the update progress if update progress, where's update progress? Oh, it's coming in. If update progress, and I go all progresses dot append whatever the progress is. Which this kind of can become one line. And now we'll keep it 2. If we get the same thing again, type of loading equals hello, J baby. Are you free? Are you messaging tell me that you're free and we're good to go? Or are you messaging me telling me you're not free and I can continue? It's up to you. If status equals red load status. Okay. Maybe it's not good to go. You may continue. Oh, I'm sorry. That sucks. That's how I get access to it. And then I go loaded. If the status is equal to that, which apparently that's not a string. No, that's an int. Interesting. Sucks to sucks, I guess. Yeah, I guess so. Hopefully your night's going well. So status is actually an int, which isn't what I was expecting. Not too pleased right now, but oh well. Okay. If you want, I can get off and call you and we can chit chat if that would help. How's the progress? We got the app mostly written up. Right now, I'm just coding up the loading scene because the loading scene determines how the scenes get loaded in. Because basically, the app doesn't load it; the loading scene loads it behind the scenes. So, and I just made some bad assumptions, like status is actually an integer, which isn't what I was expecting. But I might be able to get around that. Now, you do your thing. When you're done, call me. Okay. I might be able to get around that because I might be able to get the name off of it. Because this would be var status ID, and then inside here it'd be status equals resource loader dot whatever thread loaded status dot keys. Oh yeah, that's what's up. Oh yeah. Yeah, it's an enum, so it has keys. So I can do keys, square brackets, and then status ID. And that gets me that. Then this becomes if status is equal to the string load status. That makes sense. And that works because that actually shortens that a little bit. It kind of hides the statuses, which sucks, but in theory, that's not the end of the world. Actually, we can make it better. We can do match status. Whoa, we could do that actually for either of those, couldn't we? No. We want to do that just in here. But we can go red loaded. Put our code in here. And then we can do an empty score and we can go logger dot log. And we want logger log level dot error because this is an error. Paired to handle a new resource status or resource loader thread load status of square brackets. I think I can just do dot format at here and give it the status. And we should break though. If I'm loading something and it breaks, I should break there and figure out how I want to handle that care. I'm drawing one of my little characters that I'd like to put into games scenarios. Ooh. Are you actively developing games? I didn't want to make the assumption with SPU dev, but I'd imagine you are. Else, if progress bracket 0 is greater than or equal to the lowest value of that, then we can return false. Here we can also return false. After we emit a signal, that signal will be called loaded, and it will take in a loading 1, 2, and 3. And then we can return false here. Return false there, and if it's not that, we return true. So this function's a little complicated, but basically what it does is it takes any of these loading things, checks to see what the status is, and emits, if it's loaded, it emits the status as being loaded, and it removes it from that list. If it isn't loaded yet, it keeps it on the list. I want to, but I don't have knowledge on how to make villagers and world design in RPG Maker on PlayStation 4. I don't know about the PlayStation 4, but I do work in RPG Maker, so if you have questions on the code side, I can help you on that. But I don't have a PlayStation 4 to know that end of it. So there's that bit of code. Unexpected end of line. Cannot be used on its own. That sucks. How do I do this? ChatGPT, help me. How do I get the name of the thread? The thread load status. Get an error message saying I cannot access thread load status alone. Do. Rocking out to some music. Heck yeah! Whenever I get back to my making my game in RPG Maker, we're probably gonna restart because I've got how to do things in RBH. I gotcha. Awesome. Okay. Yeah, it says it results in an error. Oh, I can do that. I don't like what it's suggesting. I don't like that at all. All that just to get there. Do I need that there though? Because if I get the ID and I'm already in here, the only issue is I can't return from here yet. So like here, I go return false. And I don't want to do that yet because it's loaded. What it's suggesting you to do. Okay. So I'll explain. It's fun. So it's okay. Actually, I need to go to Godot first. Okay, so there is this thing called the thread load status. Yeah, I can zoom in. No, I can't. Fake. Nice. So there's this thing called a thread load status, and it comes with various things. And whenever you're loading a file in and you want to do it asynchronously, this is the built-in fashion. So the names are thread load invalid and so on. But the actual thing the enum is going to output as is 0, 1, 2, and 3. And what it's saying is not necessarily a bad option. But what it's saying is, and it's not even doing it right, is have a constant called names. This should be an array. And instead of having this, I could just go name 1 equals this. Name 2 equals this. So it's like loading scenes. It's loading any resource. All it does is when you go, hey, I want to load this piece of paper up, I don't want it to pause the main game thread because that would be bad. If you like got a deck of cards and it was like, oh, I need to create 52 of these, and the game's like, hold on, you can't do anything. I'm going to freeze the screen and load all 52, and then you can start doing something. That'd be bad. So what the thread load does is it goes, hey, cards, I want you to exist, but you can go over there for now. And I'll ask you when you're done. And when you're done, I can get it back and it's not freezing the game. I can still play the game, I can still do stuff. And then when I need it, I can go, hey, are you done loading? And it'll be like, yep, I'm done loading. Here you go. So it's nice and it's not incorrect. I could copy this. This is stupid. I could copy this. I don't want to do it there. It should be a const just so that memory has it. And I call it something like thread load statuses. Just, yep. It didn't want me to copy it, I guess. Can you please let me copy you? If not, I'll take a screenshot and I'll do it the other way. But be nice. Thank you. So I can go, what do I want the first one to say? Yes, I would love to see that. Are you okay with me sharing it on the stream? I'll put it up on the stream for a bit, if you're okay. Resource is invalid. Resource is still loading. Resource has failed to load. Resource is completed. I don't like this. I don't like this. Where should I post that? There should be something, I think, in the Discord called I made this, so I did this. I made this. It's the first one under general. But you really can put it anywhere. I think there's a not safe for work one. If it's not safe for work. If it's not safe for work, I also might not put it up on stream. Just fair warning. No, I don't like this. I'll do this. It's stupid. I don't like this. It's under protest. It's under protest. It's a cartoon. It's safe. Okay. Yeah, then if you put in I made this or wherever. Which spot did you say I should post it in? Kind of buffered. I need to figure out what's going on. I thought I fixed my stream issue, but I made this. Let's see. I can copy a link. There we go. I don't like this. I'm gonna make a comment. It's in the editor settings. Alert bug. Notice hack. I'm gonna call it a hack. This is a hack. I don't like this. We should be able to do better. That's a hack. It will work because now I can just do, instead of this, I can do this equals status ID. Why are you not happy? Loading itself is not found in base. No, it's coming in as a callable. I need to do dot call. There we go. We should do deforward. Self dot d hard to forward. Yeah. I can't do card to forward that way because it requires a string. I don't know what the string is. I could know what the string is, but then I don't know who the parent is I'm calling it off of. So yeah, we're just gonna call it. In theory, it shouldn't be too bad. Let's look at this. Oh my gosh. That's some beautiful artwork right there. Look at this. I made this. Add rat to digital drawing to call them direct, the digital arts of my character who's a boxer, has a ghost on his back. Haven't gave him a name yet. Look at that. That is a beautiful artwork. Love it. Like the little ghost character. This is good. Oh yeah. The rat. Do you have the cheese? That is awesome. Hopefully the community can come together and help you with names. That is some amazing stuff. Let's see if can I do some stuff here? I might be able to do some stuff. Give me a second. I'm gonna need that. Gonna need my snipping tool. Gonna rectangle. That's about where the lower level is. Right about there. There we go. There's the snipping tool. And then if I remember what the thing is, I think it's this. There we go. So now your friend's gonna be up here on the rest of the screen. Let's get him a little bit. There we go. Shove him in the corner right here. There's your friend, that rat. Right? Get the name right? Yeah, the rats. There we go. So the rat is going to be watching the rest of this coding process. Okay. So let's see what we got. We got the name. That's fine. This now meets this criteria. So that's fine. We omit it. And if it's anything else, I need to handle that still. Otherwise, it's done loading. We don't need to omit because it's doing other stuff at that point. So I think that's everything in the code. Oh, wait, we need to do the process still. And the adding capability. Never ends. Okay. Hell yeah. Woo! Function, process, delta. Okay. So the first thing we need to do is toggle the visibility of the loading theme, which is going to be very simple because we just go if loadings dot size plus initializing dot size is greater than 0. Then we check to see if we're not visible. If we're not visible, then we can go. Now, this is the first time I'm actually accessing the app in the way it needs to be accessed. So I need to gain access to the app from the here. So I believe I can do get root. Nope. I did not make note on how to do that. Is it going to be get tree dot get root? Nope. I need to ask ChatGPT. I can't remember how to do that off the top of my head. Where is it? There's ChatGPT. I keep hovering to it and it's like not wanting to. Oh, I made this top as well, I think. There we go, ChatGPT. There we go. Yeah, I made that top as well. Okay. How to get the root node of the entire tree, not just its local root node. I don't know if this is gonna give me what I want though. Get tree, get current, get tree, get root. Global.root name. Global root. Or get tree, get root. Let's see. If we go in here and I go get tree dot get root, what does this give me? The topmost node of the scene tree is always present. The absolute node path, do not delete this node. But I don't know if that node is the node I want because I'm curious if I ran it, which I also want to embed the game. If I went to get root, that's going to get me the window. I want the app. So I don't think I want that. I think the app is going to have to log itself in the vault. So we're going to have it do vault.app equals self. And then in the vault, we're going to have an app, which is going to be an app, which that's fine. Not the greatest, but that works. And then here we can now do vault.app.update scene. Then we can do vault.app.scene scope.GUI name. Because in theory it should be the name. Maybe it's path. Maybe get path. Then vault.app.scene state, and we want it to go into the foreground. That gives me a node path. So scene path has to be a string in that sense. What does it have to be in the load resource? Load resource, it just has to be a string. But I imagine that string has to be a path to it. Like I can't imagine it's just a string. just load blah. So we'll do name for now. And that should work. Else, if we're visible, then we do this exact same thing, except we become background, which just gave me a hint. I should create a helper function, update scene, which takes a state, which is a bot.app.scene state. I don't think that's going to work that way, but we'll see. Cannot find app under. It should be findable. I think it's because it gets assigned at runtime, which that sucks, but that's fine. We can just remember that this needs to be. We can go app. I'm an idiot. This becomes app.scene state. There we go. Because the issue was when I did Bart.app.scene state, it was going, hey, you're going to try to go into the instance of the app and get the scene state. When in reality, I just need the scene state. So I'm just like, app has a scene state. It's constant. I just need to get it. So then this bit of code becomes simplified in the sense that I can now just do this dot state, and there's that. And this might get repeated a few places in the future. And then this just becomes that, which becomes that. And that just needs to be background. So now I can just call that, and that cleans that code up nicely. And potentially, this could actually just be a Boolean, pass in and just pass the Boolean value around, but yeah, it's about the same. It's clear this way, I think. So now if loadings dot size is greater than 0, then loadings equals update loadings and true. And we do the exact same thing with hidden loadings. Nope, that's set. Size greater than 0. Hidden loadings dot update, or sorry, equals update loading, hidden loadings, and false. And last but not least, if initializings dot size is greater than 0, then we do initializings equals update loadings, initializing, and true. So that allows all those to load up. I don't like how I'm getting the size multiple times, especially the initialization and loading sides. In theory, they shouldn't be too bad, but I feel like if I just did loadings size equals loading dot size, then I don't have to worry about the I don't have to worry about the the compiler doing what I believe should be done. I can just do it and then be good. Both of these should be vars. Both of these should be ints. So now I don't have to calculate it here, and I don't have to calculate it here, and I don't have to calculate it here, and I don't have to calculate it here. I still have to calculate it for, no, sorry, wrong one. Don't have to calculate it here. I still have to calculate it for the hidden size, but I'm only doing that once. So, in reality, this is explicit. I'll keep it. So we're good. We get that. We go loading equals this. This will give us an array. This also does the same. So we're all good there. So that is the process. And then the last little bit is just adding things. So function add to hidden loadings. You know what? A lot of these are going to be relatively the same. So I think I'm going to code all these up at the same time. And then we'll just change the wording around as needed. Function add to loadings or loading. We need it to have a scope. That scope is going to be app.scene scope. It's going to have a scene, which is going to be a string. It's going to have a state, and that state is going to be app.scene state. All that's going to be there. And then this is going to be loadings.add. Scope scene state. What do you not like? Do not like that. We can fix that. There we go. And then this one that kind of messed up is a little fine. Because we can go hidden. That's that. This becomes hidden. Oh, there you go. And then this one kind of got messed up, but that's fine because it needs to have a totally different name anyways. Wait for init. And it's not going to have any of that nonsense. It's going to just have a progress. Thank you for the bless you checker, which is going to be a callable. And initializing.add progress checker. And that is the loading scene. We are almost done because now that we have a loading scene, we have to do a couple of things on the other side. One, we should connect to the loading scene. So once we initialized everything, we should go current scenes, scene scope, GUI. I'm just going to put loading scene right now, but I imagine it's going to break eventually. We want the node, and we want to connect. And if I just had GUI.connect, it takes a string and a callable. And a flag, but I don't care about the flag. So, so we just need to go when this thing says it's loaded, we call this post load update scene. And the post load update scene is going to get written now. Post load update scene, which takes in a scope of scene scope, takes in a scene, which is going to be a string name. Could be string name across the board, but that's fine. It's going to take in a state or the scene state. And then we get to code that up real quick. And then that should be everything. So we basically do this bit again. Get us the current scene. And then we know that the current scene and scope with that scene name, which we call scene path. I'll keep the naming convention for now. Equals a dictionary object. It's going to be the node. How do we know what node it's going to be? We ask the resource loader. We're going to go resource loader thread get, and we're going to give it the scene path. And your picture is a little bit in the way. That's all it needs. Okay. So we give it the scene path, and we now know that it's there, but we need to instantiate. Which I believe that's how you do that. And then we need to just give it a state, and the state is going to be, comma. Then we give it a state, and the state's going to be scene state dot idle. There's that, and then we do an update scene with scope, scene, and state. Cannot define current scope. What? It's right there. Did I spell it differently? Oh, I spelled it differently. And it's not scene, it's scene path. So basically, once it's loaded, it actually tries to update the scene again. And the reason why is because we actually stopped updating the scene when we try to load it. So once we loaded it, we go, hey, you might need to change the state, so try again. So that should be that. Just verifying everything. So we ready up, we initialize, we set the thing. Loading scene, that's something we need. We need a signal. I don't recall how to do signal properties. How to declare a signal with properties or arguments or whatever I want to call them. Yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah. So this is going to be called loaded. And it's going to need a few things. It's going to need and have the scope, which is going to be an app.scene scope. It's going to have the scene, which is going to be a string name. And it's going to have a state, which is a app.scene state. And then when we go here and we emit it, we give it those, and then the app now knows what it is. Cope. Cope is correct. 65 and 67. I cope. Yes, that should be scope. Okay. Clear this, and let's just verify everything's working still. Nothing broke. And the loading scene was loaded into the foreground. So it looks like it's working. How to test it? I could try to load a new loading scene, I guess. So that would be, I need that's fine. We can do that. Function unhandled inputs. Basically, whenever an input is put in, I need to go app dot update scene. This will be app dot scope dot we'll do 3D Ward. Just gonna move your picture around off the screen for a bit. We're gonna call it loading scene, and we're gonna be saying app dot scene state dot background. So in theory, we should see something. Nope. Non-existent function add to the array. Yes, it's not called add, it's called append. That is why that's all wrong. Correct. I broken a sort. Interesting. I had a failure. What happened? Load failure. That's what happened. Load failure. Interesting. It called the update. It did the update loading. Why did it update loading the hidden? Why did it update loading the hidden? Let's just do something real quick. Var my bool equals false, or actually equals true. If my bool do this, my bool equals false. Print my bool has changed. Yep, so we're in that process. So why is it saying it's hidden? That's because the app is different. I'm running it differently. Why is it saying it's hidden? It's saying it's hidden because it's not in the needed paths. So if I were to go to app, to the actual app, grab this needed path and add an element and call it whatever we call it here, loading scene, then it won't be hidden. We run into the same issue, but now it should not be hidden. So, yep, now it's in loading. It's trying to load it, and I get a load failure. I get a load failure here because resource loader gets a status of failure. And failure means occurred during load is failed. So it's not saying the resource is invalid. It just says it could not load it. Let me quickly see. Because we're basically saying load scene, and we're saying it in the resource path right here. So I'm curious if I was to say, hey, this is failing, but why? I'm just curious. I imagine it's because it needs to actually be the path. Yeah, it needs to be the path. Copy node path. I bet if I went to load and replace this with the node path, potentially that would work. Nope, it still doesn't like it. Because it's not a node technically. Test is a node. Does test has stuff. So if we try to load test into it, maybe that will be nice. So copy. Let's just copy path for now. And if we went all the way down here and went, actually, can you load this? This makes more sense. This is more what I was expecting anyways. And then in the app, we just need to go, hey, this is our path. Still doesn't like it. Oh, no, it's loading in progress. Yeah, we can handle that one. That one's an easy one. If it's loading in progress, we don't need to stop there. So did it load? No, it doesn't look like it loaded. Is it loading? That might explain it. It looks like the loading scene was it was hidden. Why was the loading scene hidden? It was in foreground. Okay, let's print out after this, let's just print out progress and status, just so that we have a visual representation of what's going on. Okay, so it loaded it. Scene was in foreground, but it's off. Why is it off? Scene, if scene is not in state, if when in background, it's not in background. Let's add a debug point here. Okay, so what am I trying to? So I'm already loading the tests. So it's not there that's broken. It's here that's broken, I think. If the child is visible, okay. Child name. Yeah, we're not there yet. But if I ticked it down one, we should have a current scene that contains a dictionary object, which I can't see right now, which contains a no, that's a child, which contains an empty dictionary. It shouldn't be an empty dictionary at that point. Child's a valid thing. Node. Child name. Maybe because the current scene isn't defined. So if current scene is null, then we need to define it. Yep. If current scene no, because current scene should be already empty. What is going on here? So child is here, and I bet it has a name somewhere. I don't know where. And child is there. And if we go in, this should already have defined a key value pair. There should be a key called child name right now. Unless I'm doing that wrong. Maybe it's current scene dot assign. Nope. Add. Get or add. No. ChatGPT, how do I add to a dictionary? How to add a new value to a non-existent key in GD script dictionary. That's what I thought I was doing. I thought I was doing that. Because it's saying I can go my dictionary vol equals a empty dictionary, and then I can do my dictionary square brackets child name equals colon node a child node. And then I can go to my dictionary. Yeah. So what is not happening here? It goes, hey, child, do you have a name? Which gives you the string name of child, which I think I can now go in here and just go child.name. That's child colon name, child.name. There you go. So that makes sense. So if I go current scene, gives me an empty dictionary. And if the following code was to execute, it does nothing. But now if I went, can I? No, I can't do up arrows. Current scene. Why did it do nothing? Um, if I went var my dictionary, oh, oopsie, that's fine. My dictionary equals an empty dictionary. There we go. And then was like, hey, my dictionary. Uh, yeah, it's not doing stuff. Okay. Oh, wait, no, there you go. Loading size. Okay, if I wanted to add a new key, I was an idiot. There we go. There's the node. Okay. So then it is visible. So we grab the state and we say that. And now the state is 3. And we log that. That all looks good. Yep. All the way down, logging it. We set the initialization. We get this bool, but in the remote, still visible. That's all fine. We go, hey, app, update the scene. There's a 3D scene. It goes, okay. Current scene and scope. What's the scope? Scope is 1. So we go, okay. There is nothing in this. So it does not have it. We check to see if the state is unload. The state is 1, which is not unload. The scene path is that, which is a valid scene path. We start loading it up. If the scene path is inside here, which it is, we go, okay, deferred and add to load. Okay, return, we're done. We mark this as false, we get out. We go here where we go add. The scope is 1. The scene is that. The state is 1. All that makes sense. This is looking right. Why is it going wrong? No one knows. Okay. So then we go loading, initialize. So we got 1 loading. We go, hey, if the loading one is not greater than none, then we go, if we're not visible. Oh, that's why the loading is, yeah, that makes sense. Okay. So the loading turns invisible after we're done loading, which makes sense. That's what we wanted. But the actual app didn't load. Test didn't load in. We got a few errors. Is these errors? let's stop. Let's clear this. And let's see if we get any errors. We can turn off this. We got 2 errors so far, but we're gonna restart anyways. It's still loading it. Nothing's there. Oh no, it's done loading. So yeah, we didn't get any errors. So the thing I think that's happening is the instantiation is failing. So that's all good. Right here, I think, is the failed point. I feel like this line, or actually, maybe it's load screen. What am I loading into? Background. Background from idle would be when scope is not data, visible is false, but we never added it. Ooh, that's a bug. That's a bug, guys. So if it's idle, we removed it, but we need to also see if it needs a parent. Because if it's not, kind of like here, if it's not parented and it's in the background, it needs a parent. So I think this gonna get rewritten a little bit. Because I think this actually is a better if statement series. Because this one's fine. Because when we remove the child, we technically remove the visibility. I'm very sorry. Yeah. Happy? And thank you. Um, where's remove child? Remove child. I actually just want to get to that function. There we go. Removes child. The node, along with its children, are not deleted. To delete a scene, free it. When the node inside a tree in the method set removed, or its descendants are null. If the owner is no longer an ancestor, but it doesn't change the visibility. Okay, cool. Still not working? Yeah, it's still not working. I'm gonna quickly use the restroom, and then I know what I need to fix. It's all technically working. I just don't have the right code. Um, Basically, the underlying issue was if it's in the background, that means that if we went from idle, okay, so if we went from an idea that we just created this child, we or sorry, the child has no parent, okay. If we went from idle where the child has no parent to background, it's not just it needs to not be visible, it needs a parent still because it needs to execute code. That's the issue. We weren't executing the code. Maybe instantiation. No, instantiation doesn't add child. So yeah, we need to do that. So I'm going to quickly use the restroom and then I'll be good. So it became a bug. Yep. Okay. So, yeah, it became a bug. It is an easy bug to fix, though. So, I think the best solution is to break it into parts because I think that's the underlying issue. So, when it's idle, it's not visible, but it's because it's not in the tree. I don't know if it keeps the visibility state, so I'm just going to make a note there because this could be a future bug. So, but if the state is idle and the node doesn't have a parent, then we're good. And we can return out, right? We need to update the state. We can do that beforehand. It automatically doesn't matter, so we can just return at the end. So if the state is idle, no, we can't. Oh, yes, we can. So if the state is idle and the scene has no parent, and the scene has a parent, then we remove the scene. Else, or not else, if, it could be elif. Elif is cleaner. Elif, the state is in the background, or the state is in the foreground. Because if the state is in the background or in the foreground and it doesn't have a parent, it needs a parent. Yes. So state is in an array called scene state dot background and scene state dot foreground. If it's in either of those, then we need to add its parent. If it doesn't have one. And then we go if state is scene state background and scope is not equal to scene state scope dot data, and then scene node. Actually, we can do this better because this can be if scope is not equal to scene scope dot data. Then we go if, or actually, scene node dot visible equals state equals scene state dot foreground. So if the state is either in the background or the foreground, it needs to get a parent if it doesn't have one. If it's not data, then it can be changed on its visible, and it's in that definition is if the state is equal to the foreground. If it is, it should be visible. If it's not, it should be invisible. And then the last thing would be the unload. Else if State equals scene dot state dot unload, and then we go scene dot node dot queue free. So now I've written this out, I can actually write it out in the match. So I'm going to zoom this out a bit so I can easily see this. So the idle is fine. Idle stays the same. The background now becomes scene state dot background or scene state dot foreground. So when it's either of those, then we need to check to see if the data, or actually no, we check to see if the node has a parent. And we check to see if the data is there. And if it is, we set the appropriate. We don't need this one anymore. And we don't need this one anymore. So now all that code gets compressed down. This all can get removed. And that can get removed as well. So now, if it's idle, we remove it. If it has a parent. If it doesn't have a parent and it's idle, we don't really care. It's theoretically the same. If it's background or foreground, we check to see if it doesn't have a parent. If it doesn't have a parent, we go, hey, you now have a parent. If it's not data, then it can be visible or not. And if it can be visible, then we check to see if the state is foreground. If it is, we set visible. If it's not, we turn it off and we unload. And I bet if I refresh, look at that. It loaded the scene. It's in the 3D world. I don't know why it says it's invisible. Oh, because I loaded it as a background. That's why. Yep, that makes sense. So even though we can see it because of the debug's on, it's not there. I thought I had this. Embedding is disabled. Okay. Embed game on next play. Make game. No, there we go. That's what I want to do. There we go. Now it's going to load in game. So that's how you do it. And then if I evaluate, I wonder if I can go. I guess I have to stop the code. I wonder if I can do it here. App. I gain access to app. So in theory, I should be able to tell it where I want it to be. So, whoopsie. We went to game and I was like, hey, go into the vault, go into the app, update the scene, 3D. It's a 3D scene. It has this path. And we want this to be foreground now. Yeah, it yells at me. Can't return update scene because it returns void. But in theory, that would work. We can actually prove that a little, I guess, because we could have it. I really need to like check my input. if event is rest, if my bool, I don't need this bit, and then if I went, oopsie, else, oopsie, do this exact same thing except make this true now and make this into the foreground. In theory, when I press, I should be able to see things. There we go. So that loaded it in. That made it into the foreground. That loaded it out, but it's still processing because it's in the background. Look at that, guys. That's awesome. That is so cool. So if we go to tours and go to the app, we can see this 3D world. And if I was like, hey, click, it's gone now. It's back. It's gone. It's back. And if I hit like a button, it goes, oh, let me execute, but it's invisible. So nice. We could do one more thing. We could load it into the foreground, and then we could load it into idle. So that would, when I click, I load it in, it's in the foreground, and then if I go to remote, it's there, but if I click again, it's gone. But it's not gone from memory, so I don't have to actually load it again. Oopsie. Whoopsie. Oh. Yes. Yes. That is somewhat problematic. Why did that do that? That's a race condition. That's a weird race condition. So what happened is I load it in, that's fine. I unload it, but that's a problem, or I don't unload it, I idle it, but that's a problem because it's asking to get the tree. Which it doesn't have one because it's unloaded. Does that make sense? Because if I go up to my little helper thing, it's idle. It should not be processing. I have to research that a little bit more, but that's fine. So now if we went here and instead of idle, we went unload. So now if we go, hey, load it in, it loads it in. And if I click again, it unloads it. And if I click again, it errors out because it's trying to assign an invalid previous free instant. Where am I? I'm in update scene. Yes, because I'm an idiot. There's a piece of code I did not write. Because when we unload, we need to also do one other thing. We need to current scenes dot That's a dictionary. For my dictionary. Why is current scene not defined as a dictionary? That is a mistake on my part. There you go. So current scenes in scope dot remove erase scene path. Because if we removed it from the data, but we didn't remove it from all things, so then we try to set something that doesn't exist. And with that, we should put this at the top. We should set the state first and foremost. So now I click it, it loads it in. I click it, it unloads it, and I click it, it loads it in again. I click it, it unloads it, and so on and so forth. So that's all working. So it's really now just the idle. So it loads it in, and I idle it. So if I do this, it's fine because it's not executing. But if I hit the button, it tries to execute code. When you start blending colors in the wrong tab and it starts making certain things have a white hue to it, ooh, oh no. So I wonder if I have to call like stop whenever I go idle, or do I have to do like scene no dot stop processing? Like I don't think I have to do this, but like maybe. Like, do I have to stop the process before I remove it? That's fine. Yeah, it's a weird race condition. Because I think what's actually happening is this isn't even in the scene. It's like a child of a child of a child of a scene. Either is tricky. I mean, theoretically, there's not many things I would want to have idle. Um, let's quickly create one scene, and that will be the end of tonight. I've already well past my thing, but we're gonna create a test loop scene 4, and we're gonna give it a quick little script to the point that we're not even it's gonna be a built-in script, and all it's gonna do is in the process function, I want you to print the I want you to have a count. Raw count plus equal int equals 0. Count plus equals 1. Count colon count. So that should print the count indefinitely. And then if we went here, instead of test, we went test loop. And it doesn't really matter what data type it is. It's us to be good stewards, but so it's counting. It's always counting. Oh, wait, I'm an idiot. I tested the test loop instead of the app. It's not counting. I load it in and it yells at me because it's a visible. Okay, give me a second. I'll make it a valid thing. You want me to change the type to something that can be visible? Happy. That's not what I wanted to do. So now it's here. I load it in. It's counting. I stop it. It stops counting. I load it in again. It keeps counting. So it is not processing, but it's a race condition. So like it's not loaded in. It's in memory. So like when I click on it, it brings it back, but it isn't in memory or it. I need to figure out how to do that. That's gonna be problematic, but we got it working in the end. So I think we did good. Because I bet if I were to start the debugger, and we just track processing time and all of that, the output's still good because I haven't clicked on the game. And I finished my art. Nice! We're all finished together. I don't care about the 3D physics. Yeah, we'll look at the process. And we're, that's fine. So now if I were to click, it's now processing more. If I turned off the process time and the frame time, there we go. I need to restart that. Okay. So if I started profiling, I don't want the frame rate or the physics time. All I care about is the processing, the script functions. Right now, it's doing relatively minimal script functions. There was a little bit here, but that's most likely because I turned it on. And then if I clicked it, it speeds up because it's processing. And that makes sense. I don't know why the scale is so weird. But then if I click it again, why is it stopped? Nope, that's not it. Okay. Visualize profile. Yeah, we'll try, or actually monitor. We monitor the scripts. Pipeline, draw, edge, deletion, draw, video, raster, object, static memory, frame rate. No. Okay, if we were to start it, and then if I was to click, So if you see the cast, the rendering canvas is taking a longer time, and it's not because of the load scene being there, it's because of the test loop. But if I click it off, and that's not it. Where is it? Like, I wish I could scale this window better. Okay, let's try one more time. That looks horrendous. Debugger. Let's start this thing. Let's, there go, there go. Process, let's clear it. Ah, I can't clear it with the memory. That's nice. So we got the thing. It's taking less than a second. And then if I was to click, it's now taking fourth of a second. And if I click again, it's going back. So yeah, it's not processing the data at all, which is good. But it's still loaded into memory. I don't know how I would even check that right now. But yeah, and then we process and it starts doing stuff again. And then we turn it off. So yep, it's working. It's just the idle state is weird. So that's a bug. That's a need to do. Bug. Sometimes this seems to have a race condition with children, or children's children. You posted it. Let's see. And then we'll call that a night. Oh my gosh. Look at that. Gave them names. The red guy name is Bosco, and the ghost is name is Rots. Like it. Got it. Look at that. I love that. That's beautiful. Very nice. Okay. And I think with all the chaos, we're going to find somebody to raid out to now. Unless anyone has any good suggestions. I went far longer than I thought I was going to. Let's see who I'm following, see what we got. We got a good set. There we go. That's a little too much zoomed in. There we go. Okay, here's the people we got to raid into. People I'm following. We have cereal for every meal. She's apparently not chatting, so most likely it's going to be a lot of like reading chat messages. We have a cat sanctuary with hundreds of cats that we can watch. They cycle through the webcams of the cat sanctuary. We have Rudgor, who's playing Dead by Daylight, which is one of her like cycled games she plays quite often. We have George, who is playing Persona 3 Reloaded, classic RPG gamer, so pretty good, but we can't give spoilers. We have Ari Brisket, I can't pronounce her. Ari, who's playing Repo. If you've never seen Repo, it's kind of like a horror game that you run around and kind of do a Among Us style thing. You collect things, bring them back home. She's doing $100 Steam gift card giveaway. We have Mr. Mick Flory, who is doing Valorant gameplay. We have Azir, who's just chatting. It looks like they're doing Minecraft or Potion Craft or something else. And then we have Ori Jaguar, who is doing South of Midnight. I do not know what that game is. So, does any of those games interest anyone who's watching? If not, I will just randomly choose. Or we could do one other thing. Let me check one other thing. Maybe we could pass the love. Software and game dev. Any ones who's doing that? Let's see. Anyone who's doing an RPG? We got an RPG game. Solicited there. I don't know. A projectory system, parry system, so a fighting system. Golang, mod development, MMO game development, multiplayer game with pizza, hack the planet, commands. No, I don't see anyone who's doing anything I would say is close to mine. So I think we're just gonna go to one of my friends. Let's see. I think I'm gonna go to Georgie. Wanna raid one of my pals? Sure. Sure, we can raid one of your pals. You got a name? Got a name for one of your pals? Okay, let's see. It's Forehead. 5 viewers. Playing a zombie game, it looks like. Some like zombies city builder. And needing 1 sub to meet their sub goal. I think that's a fair thing. I think that's fair. Let's raid into them. Okay, grab that name. /raid. Raid. There, go. Thank you, SPU Dev. Okay, guys, it's that time of the thing. We didn't get a lot done from like a visual perspective, but we did get a loading system I am very proud of and I'm very excited about. We also got the logging system kind of working. Don't know if that's going to last long term, but it was a nice little experiment. I'm hyped to get into this more. There's a lot I need to get done. I'm a little bit behind, but we'll catch up. Next stream is Saturday from 2 p.m. Eastern Daylight to 6 p.m. Eastern Daylight. We're going to be continuing the Chrono Cross series with the friend of mine called the Blackened One. We did about 2 hours or so. It's super fun. We do voices. We're doing like a soul-like thing, so it's a kind of an experimental thing. So I'll see you there. If you haven't followed yet, definitely remember to follow. If you're on YouTube, hit the subscribe button and then hit the bell button because YouTube sucks at notifying people. I am behind on this. I hope you have a great rest of your day. Talk to you later. Bye, guys.